rise for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Everybody is requested to remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghang, may nilangang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingling. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move we defer the calling of the roll. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Jordan. Mr. Speaker, I move we go to the reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read out the bills and solutions on first reading and committee reports and put it in the proper committee. Refer to the proper committee. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions.
Reference of business bills on first reading, House Bill 6511, establishing the scope and procedure for Philippine Ship Registry, recognition and enforcement of maritime claims and limitation of liability, as well as providing essential incentives which collectively will promote a comprehensive and orderly Philippine Ship Registry system for the regulation of vessels carrying the flag state, by Representative Olivares.
The Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 6512, expanding the scope of the juvenile justice and welfare system and strengthening the social reintegration programs for children in conflict with the law, by Representative Olivares.
the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6513, declaring March 22 of each year as a regular national holiday to honor General and First President Emilio Aguinaldo, to be known as Aguinaldo Day, by Representative Fernandez.
to the Committee on Revisions of Laws,
House Bill 6514, providing for the establishment and operation of additional quarantine stations, grounds, and anchorages in all strategic areas throughout the country, by Representative Tan Angelina.
the Committee on Health,
House Bill 6515, providing for standards for the practice of rehabilitation medicine, by Representative Taduran.
the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 6516, penalizing bulk cash smuggling into or out of the Philippines, by Representative Salceda, Swansing Estrellita, Garin Sharon, Swansing Horacio, Biazon, and Kimbo.
the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill 6517, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Balanga City, Bataan, to be known as the Balanga City TESDA Training and Assessment Center, by Representative Garcia Jose Enrique.
the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6518, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 6th Judicial Region in Silay City, Negros Occidental, by Representative Benitez.
the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6519, providing for the modernization of the NBI, expanding its capability and effectivity by Representative Romero.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 6520, exempting face masks, antiseptics, sanitizers, and other similar goods from taxes, duties, fees, and other charges by Representative Castelo.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 6521, mandating all government and non-government offices and establishments to adopt policies and plans to address and prevent workplace bullying and violence by Representative Plaza.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, and to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 6523, transferring the Samal Island Circumferential Road and all trip roads under the DOT Tourism Road Infrastructure Program to the national government under the DPWH by Representative Duhali.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 6524, establishing the Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital in Rodriguez Montalban, 2nd District of Rizal Province by Representative Nograles I.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 6525, creating a district engineering office of the DPWH in the island garden city of Samal by Representative Duhali.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
Resolutions. House Resolution 762, urging the Committees on Health, Youth and Sports, and other appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry on the reported increasing cases of depression and mental health issues among minors and youth in the country with the intention of submitting legislative approaches to curb this alarming social concern and to promote the well-being and welfare of young Filipinos by Representative Villar.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 763, urging the House through the Committee on Human Rights to conduct an investigation on the indiscriminate firing on a Lumad community by suspected elements of the 75th IB, 7th, 36th IB, and 9th SFC Philippine Army in Jatagon, Lianga, Surigao del Sur by Representatives Culyamat, Zarate, and Gaite.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 764, urging the Speaker of the House and the members of the Committee on Rules, chaired by Majority Leader Representative Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, to consider converting the Special Committee on Senior Citizens into a regular standing committee of the House by Representatives Datol, Marcoleta, Rivera, Arroyo, Calixto, Cuba, Vargas, Martinez, Dimaporo Abdullah, Marquez, Robes, Silverio, Cabredo, Biron, Gullas, Salo, Lusotan, Amatong, Umali Alfonso, and Pineda.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 765, calling on the House Committee on Labor and Employment to investigate the reported nefarious practice of age discrimination in the recruitment, selection, and employment of Filipino seafarers by Representative Gonzales Sandro.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 766, expressing heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Manila Mayor Francisco Isko Moreno Dumagoso's initiative in constructing the first Muslim cemetery in Manila by Representative Adyong.
to the Committee on Muslim Affairs,
House Resolution 767, directing the Committees on Ways and Means and Economic Affairs to conduct a joint inquiry on the unabated smuggling of petroleum products in Subic and other economic and free port zones vis-a-vis the fuel marking program of the government by Representative Yolago.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 768, directing the appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry calling telecommunications, internet, and cable television service providers for legislative inquiry relative to mandating rebates to consumers for periods of system failure or non-access to services subscribed by Representative Lacson.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 769, directing the appropriate committees to conduct an investigation into the VMall hostage incident on 2 March 2020 in order to adopt the necessary reforms in existing laws and enact relevant new laws to safeguard the right to life by Representative Barzaga.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 770, urging the House through the Committee on Transportation to conduct an investigation on the massive suspension and revocation of driver's licenses affecting thousands of PUV drivers by Representatives Gaite and Zarate.
Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 771, encouraging the LGUs to use their local disaster risk reduction and management fund to control the spread of COVID-19 in their communities by Representative Crisologo.
to the Committee on Disaster Management,
House Resolution 772, directing the Committees on Energy and Transportation to jointly investigate on the delayed implementation of market transformation through introduction of energy-efficient electric vehicles project known as the E-Trikes project by Representatives Zerate and Gaite.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 773, directing the House Committee on Human Rights to conduct an investigation on the vilification, red-tagging, and harassment of members of the Gabriela Women's Party by the DILG elements of the PNP and the AFP, and recommend measures to ensure the safety and protection of women's rights defenders and advocates by Representative Brosas.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated March 4, 2020, informing the House that on even date, the Senate designated Senators Win Gatchalian, Sani Angara, Pia S. Cayetano, Christopher Lawrence Tigo, Francis Tol and Tolentino, and Francisco Kiko N. Pangilinan as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1086 and House Bill 6312.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report. Report number 277 of the Commission on the Committee on Revision of Laws on House Bill number 6522.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Committee report. Report of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development. Committee report number 278 on House Resolution number 776, entitled Resolution Congratulating and Commending the Philippine Delegation for their excellent performance in the 30th Southeast Asian Games, and the chairperson of the Philippine Southeast Asian Games Organizing Committee, Speaker Alan Peter S. Cayetano, and the President of the Philippine Olympic Committee, Representative Abraham Bumble and Tolentino, for the successful hosting by the Philippines of the Games from 30 November to December 11, 2019, recommending its adoption in substitution of House Resolutions numbered 573, 596, 601, 605, 606, 608, 622, 629, 640, 679, 680, and 690. Sponsors by Representatives Martinez, Nieto, C. Alvarado, Fariñas Ria, Albano, Bautista, Castelo, Arenas, Bagaching, Gico, Chato, Romualdez Sieda, and Romualdez Martin.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 3rd District of Cebu, our distinguished Deputy Speaker, Representative Pablo John F. Garcia, who wishes to raise a question of privilege.
The Deputy Speaker Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a question of personal and collective privilege. In a series of memorandum circulars over the past few months, the Department of Interior and Local Government has charged LGUs nationwide, provinces, cities, and municipalities with a task of clearing of roads, national, provincial, city, municipal, and barangay roads, and the banning of tricycles and pedicabs from operating in national highways. These memorandum circulars have set April 30th as the deadline and warn non-complying LGUs with administrative cases under Section 60 of the Local Government Code. On the surface, the task seems straightforward enough. The regulation of public roads, after all, is within the express powers of the LGUs, and the clearing of roads and banning of tricycles and pedicabs would fall under this general power of the LGU. We all share in the objectives sought to be achieved. Who doesn't want roads cleared of obstructions? Who doesn't want safer, smoother trips along national highways? But the manner in which this stated national objective is sought to be implemented by supposedly autonomous, by constitution and by law, local government units is what we as legislators, as the authors of the law on local autonomy, should be concerned about, increasingly concerned about. Not only are local government units being compelled to exercise their power to regulate public roads, the DILG is dictating these LGUs on how to exercise this power, complete with specific provisions to include in the ordinances ordered to be passed by supposedly autonomous sanggunians. Even, if I may add, specific features of a tricycle or pedicab that may be allowed to ply national highways under specific conditions. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it specifies that tricycles must have clean windshields and a functioning horn that, quote, does not emit exceptionally loud or startling sound, unquote. Not only does the DILG Memorandum Circular order cities and municipalities to create a tricycle task force, the DILG itself has determined its composition and has enumerated its specific duties and functions. It would seem that sanggunians cannot be trusted to figure this out for themselves. And what if the LGU already has an existing tricycle regulatory board or unit? The cities and municipalities still have to create tricycle regulatory task force, separate and distinct from these existing units. Why? Only the DILG knows why, although I can only surmise that it may be because they had no hand in the creation of the existing boards or units. What is the DILG's legal basis for ordering LGUs to implement national policy, supplanting the local legislative body's will, preempting its wisdom, and requiring the sanggunian instead to mechanically copy-paste what the DILG deems is good for everyone, dispensing its wisdom from up above for the officials below to blindly follow? Worse, what gives it the power to threaten administrative cases and penalties should the LGUs fail to follow its dictates to the letter? Since when has the DILG begun exercising power of control over LGUs? This certainly was not what we intended the relationship to be between the DILG and the LGUs when this Congress passed the Local Government Code in implementation of the constitutional grant of local autonomy to LGUs. The executive, with the DILG as the alter ego, merely has general supervision over local government units to ensure that their acts are within the scope of their prescribed powers and functions. Certainly not the power of control, which is the power to revise or reverse the acts or decisions of a subordinate officer involving exercise of discretion. In this case, worse than revising or reversing decisions of the LGUs, the DILG is imposing its own will upon the LGUs in advance of or to supplant whatever decisions it may yet or may have already made. Consider, for instance, the following example. Beyond ordering LGUs to clear the roads, the DILG mandates further that the LGU ensure that the cleared roads are rehabilitated and restored for public use through efforts such as cleaning and flushing, installation of streetlights, erection of appropriate signage, setting of appropriate speed limit, and the like. What is the legal basis for the order to rehabilitate and restore cleared roads or to install streetlights and street signs, failing which would subject the local chief executive to administrative liability? There is no law requiring this, and certainly a memorandum circular of the DILG does not have the force and effect of law. What if a municipal mayor fails to rehabilitate and restore a national road, which is part of the memorandum circular, or erect signages along this national road, as this properly is the province of the DPWH? And yet, a mayor courts danger if he doesn't do as DILG says. He may be charged administratively for failing to do something the law does not require him to do. The memorandum circular does not only expect a mayor to clear public roads of vendors within 75 days, it also requires him to find and provide magically within those 75 days relocation sites and alternative sources of livelihood for those that the DILG forced him to evict. This is not required of him under the law, and yet the mayor stands in danger of being suspended, not for violating a law, for there is none, but on the strength of a DILG memorandum circular. From up above, these memorandum circulars descended upon our hapless, unsuspecting mayors and governors and are now being enforced without the LGUs first being consulted. This violates Section 2C of the very local government code the DILG is tasked to implement, which provides it is likewise the policy of the state to require all national agencies and offices to conduct periodic consultations with appropriate local government units before any project or program is implemented in their respective jurisdictions. That is the statement of policy which we, Congress, have defined and put this interplay of powers in their proper and should define the relationship between DILG and the LGUs. LGUs are consulted, not ordered around. LGUs are partners in implementing national policy, not miscreants one threatens with punishment at every turn. It is important that we in Congress raise these questions and put this interplay of powers in their proper perspective, not only because it is we who are tasked by the Constitution to put flesh into the spirit of local autonomy it advocates. More importantly, it is because our mayors and governors are afraid to raise these questions themselves. And who wouldn't be afraid? When the governor of Cebu, for instance, questioned the DILG's rating system in the road clearing program and asked why certain LGUs were singled out as failures while others were not, you would think that the DILG, in accordance with their duty to consult under Section 2C of the Local Government Code, would offer clear answers. But no, what she got instead was an assistant secretary in a press conference threatening that the DILG would sue the governor in court should she continue to, and I quote, challenge the DILG. How did it happen that an assistant secretary thinks the DILG to be so beyond criticism that legitimate questions about its policies have become an actionable wrong? Granting that, as an undersecretary privately admitted to me, he was out of line, it may well be asked, what accounts for this kind of thinking? That the unelected should think he could bark orders at the elected and brook no questions or criticism from those that the people chose to serve them. The DILG seems to be operating under the premise that they have the power of control over the LGUs when they do not. When the province of Cebu, for instance, through its Sangguniang Panlalawigan, and in an exercise of its general welfare power, banned the importation of meat products, pork products, from areas affected by the African swine fever outbreak, the DILG issued a memorandum ordering LGUs to lift the ban on pork products from Luzon. This is a classic example of exercise of control, which power this does not have, for it seeks to reverse or revise or even repeal an ordinance on the strength of a mere memorandum. Can a memorandum from the DILG repeal an ordinance? And it is unfortunate to note that whenever the DILG makes a public announcement about policy to be implemented by LGUs and our local chief executives, it is always with the overbearing words like orders, warns, or threatens. Is it too much work to ask, urge, or encourage? Words, most certainly, but words matter. How we use words is shaped by how we view the world. I believe, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, that we need to put everything back in its place, put everything in their proper perspective. As we say, when our tech devices hit a snag and freeze, we need a hard restart. And we in Congress, in the exercise of our oversight powers, need to remind the DILG what its proper role is in a constitutional system that values local autonomy and in an administration seeking a transition to even greater autonomy through federalism. The DILG needs to be reminded that we have a president who became a legendary mayor because he lived and breathed local autonomy. When Davao's mining ban was threatened with Malacanang pressure in 2015, for instance, Davao rallied behind its mayor, who stood his ground. He achieved much, and Davao became a model city, not in spite of, but because of Davao having been left largely on its own. I believe there is a way forward, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that Secretary Anyo, with his dedication, leadership, and professionalism, can correct some of his subordinates' missteps and walk us back to the path we in Congress intended when we passed the Local Government Code. Local government units that are autonomous, not automatons. Local chief executives that are partners, not pariah, viewed with condescension and suspicion. There is a reason why our President is a staunch advocate of federalism, because we trust that those who have been chosen by the people to lead them will do well left largely on their own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the question of privilege raised by Deputy Speaker Garcia be referred to the Committee on Rules.
There is no objection. The chair is done. The privileged speech of Deputy Speaker Garcia be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate actions. Majority Leader.
Okay. Sige. Mr. Speaker, I move that Representative Argel Joseph T. Kabatbat of Party List Magsasaka be recognized to raise a question of personal collective privilege.
What is the nature of the speech of the gentleman from Honorable Kabatbat?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege to urge my fellow representatives to draw special attention to our farmers. Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kabatbat is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my fellow representatives, guests, a productive afternoon to all of us. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege to urge my fellow representatives to draw a special attention to the plight of our hardworking rice farmers who are currently facing undue hardships due to the losses that they suffered after just a year of implementation of the rice tariffication law. A little less than a month ago, during my birthday, I forgo what I considered to be a lavish celebration and instead conducted a dialogue with the farming community in Seaton, Negros Occidental. Sa aking pagpunta sa kanilang lugar, isang matandang babae ang bumati sa akin at nagbigay ng 100 piso. Ayaw kong tanggapin ang binibigay niya, kanya lang ito'y pinilit sa akin bilang regalo. Wala silang kuryente at tubig. Hindi rin umaabot ang suporta ng gobyerno sa pagsasaka sa kanilang lugar. Ang 100 piso na ito, bagamat aking tinanggihan, ay siya na sigurong pinakamabigat na regalong aking natanggap sa buong buhay ko. Oo, Mr. Speaker, bagamat lubhang kahirapan ang kanilang dinaranas dahil sa panggigipit ng ilang sektor at kakulangan ng ayuda mula sa gobyerno, ay minabuti pa rin ng isang matandang babae na iabot sa akin ang natitira niyang pera para ipakita ang kanyang galak at suporta sa katulad kong naglalayong magsilbi sa kanilang interes at kagalingan dito sa bulwagang ito. At bilang pangako ko sa aming mga nakasama at sa sarili ko, noong araw na iyon, I stand before you to call each other and everyone's attention on the great and heavy losses of our rice farmers from the continuous drop of palay prices in the market and the overall decline of agriculture due to the rice tarification law. Mr. Speaker, maraming naglalabas ng datos hinggil sa naging epekto ng rice tarification law sa industriya ng bigas. Nakakapanlumong isipin ang ulat na 68 bilyon ang lugi ng ating mga magsasaka mula nang sinimulan ang implementation ng rice tarification law. Kahit ito ay pinabulaanan ng ating mahal na Secretary, William Dar, na nagsasabing 8 bilyon lamang ang lugi. Ang malinaw ay aktwal na nararanasan ng batayang miyembro ng sektor ng agrikultura ang mga magsasaka. Ayon sa pinakahuling datos na inilabas ng Philippine Statistics Authority, bumaba hanggang 8 piso kada kilo ang bilihan ng palay sa mga magsasaka. Samantalang 7 piso hanggang 10 piso kada kilo naman ang naitala ng mismo mga magsasaka sa bayan ng Nueva Ecija sa kabuuan ng Central Luzon at ilang karatig na lalawigan. Samantala, patuloy na dinadagsa ng imported na bigas ang mga pamilihang bayan. Ayon sa ulat ng PSA, nitong ika-7 ng Marso, ang prevailing retail price per kilo ng mga sumusunod na commercial rice ay 35 pesos para sa regular milled, 40 pesos para sa well milled, 46 sa premium at 52.50 sa special. Mga presyong halos walang pinag-iba sa mga nakalipas na taon. Tinatayang higit sa 3 milyong tonelada ng imported na bigas ang pumasok sa bansa. Makalipas ang 1 taon nang simulan ang implementasyon ng rice tarification law. Mr. Speaker, tayo na po ang pinakamalaking importer na bigas sa buong mundo. Ngunit hindi ko maiwasang mapakamot na dahil sa kabila ng pagbaha ng imported na bigas, hindi pa rin ito nagawang ibaba ang presyohan sa merkado. Kung babalikan po natin just a year ago, when Congress passed the law, we promised our people that we will remove the artificially high price of rice by removing the quantitative restriction on rice imports that will provide us with more supply, thereby lowering the prices of rice in the market. And we will caution the effect of removing the trade barrier on our rice farmers by providing technical support and services through the Rice Competitiveness and Enhancement Fund. These two are two magic bullets to achieve a win-win solution. Mr. Speaker, that was a year ago. We promised a lot to our farmers, but until now, we have yet to see the fulfillment of these promises. It is easy to say that we are just at the start of the implementation of the law. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are just at the start, and so far, we started at the wrong foot. Mr. Speaker, the law provides that within 180 days of its effectivity, the Department of Agriculture and other related agencies and concerned rice farmers were mandated to formulate a rice industry map that will serve as a roadmap in the delivery of support services for the agricultural rice sector. Subalit ipinatupad na ang walang humpay na importasyon nang wala ito. Nagkakagulo na sa industriya ng bigas, wala pa ring programa. We must be vigilant. Kailan makukumpleto ang roadmap na ito? Importante po sa atin ito dahil ito ang magsisilbing gabay sa paggamit ng pondo sa mga nakolektang taripa mula sa imported rice. Nararapat ding subaybayan ang datos ng mga pumapasok na imported products upang malaman kung ano ang tamang intervention na dapat gawin ng pamahalaan. Dagdag pa dito, dapat ding tignan kung magkano ang maibibigay ng RCEP sa bawat magsasaka at kung sasapat ba ito para maiangat ang kanilang ani at kita. Nitong nakaraan lang ay nabanggit sa isang committee hearing na hindi sapat ang 10 bilyong pondo ng RCEP. Bagamat ako ay sumasang-ayon dito, dapat ay may kaukulang datos at guidelines po tayo para matukoy kung magkano nga ba ang kulang. Ang mga magsasaka ay nananawagan na itaas ang pondo ng RCEP at magkaroon ng magsasakang kinatawan sa Program Steering Committee, ang mga ngasiwa at maglalatag ng mga patakaran sa implementasyon ng RCEP. Kasabay nito, ay dapat ding itaas ang pondo ng Department of Agriculture
Markamo.
at ng mga kakabit nitong ahensya na nakaranas ng matinding budget cuts from 4.3% in 2014 to a measly 1.5% in 2020 of our total national budget. Sa huli, marapatin niyo pong balikan natin ang mismong polisiyang nakasaad sa Rice Tarification Law o RA 11203. It is the policy of the state to ensure food security and to make the country's agricultural sector viable, efficient, and globally competitive. The state adopts the use of tariffs in lieu of non-tariff import restrictions to protect local producers of agricultural products. Mr. Speaker, sa aking maikling pagbisita sa Siaton Negros Occidental, nakita at naramdaman ko na umaasa po sa atin ang mga magsasaka sa bulwagang ito. Huwag po nating biguin ang kanilang pagpupunyagi at pag-asa. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the question of privilege of Representative Kabatbat be referred to the Committee on Rules.
The question, any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The question of privilege of Congressman Kabatbat be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we call the roll of House members. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General is directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Bante. Baya. Villanosa. Abu. Abueg Zaldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adyong. Advincula. Gabas. Garau. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano. Almario. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Genaro. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Matba. Amatong. Andaya. Angara. Aragones. Arbison. Arenas. Arroyo. Atienza. Umentado. Babasa. Pagatsing. Balindong. Banyes Nograles. Gatchalian. Gato. Heron. Go Ed. Go Mark. Gonzaga. Gonzales Aurelio Dong. Gonzales Neptali. Gonzales Carlo. Goroseta. Gico. Gullas. Guya. Haresco. Hataman. Hernandez. Herrera D. Hofer. Halushos. Javier. Jimenez. Co Elisa. Co Wilton. Konghun. Labad-Labad. Lacson. Lacson Noel. Lagman. Lagon. Lara. Lazatin. Liachon. Legarda. Lim. Lim Kaichong. Lopez. Loyola. Losotan. Macapagal Arroyo. Maceda. Madrona. Malapitan. Mangawang. Mangundadato. Marcoleta. Mariano Hernandez. Marino. Marquez. Martinez. Matba. Matugas. Mendoza. Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Palañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Biolago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Boss, breakdown din daw sila. Breakdown din daw sila. Breakdown. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 230 members responded to the call.
There being 230 members present, including those who are deemed present in accordance with Section 71, Section 11 of our rules, specifically those attending committee meetings as authorized by the Committee on Rules, 16, attending Commission on Appointment meetings, 11, attending the House of Representatives Electoral Tribunal meetings, 1. Attending bicameral conference committee meetings, 0. And unofficial business, 4. The Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill number 78 on third reading and ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter proceed to nominal voting. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the proposed House Bill.
House Bill 78, an act modernizing the Public Service Act, amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act Number 146, otherwise known as the Public Service Act, as amended. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 78. Abante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu, Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop,
Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Hinaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amanti Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and kindly allow me to explain my vote later.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary General.
Bravo, Rosas,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
So you can explain your vote later, Secretary General.
Pulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calexto, Caminero, Campus, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Predinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Mariela Arne, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco, Colliantes, Crisólogo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Dimapuro Abdullah, Dimapuro Muhammad Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Ilago, Inverga,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later. Thank you.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary General, you can.
Irice, Irigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote later.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary
Fortuno,
General, please.
Frasco, Fuentevilla, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Guruseta, Gico, Gullias, Guya, Haresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Heraradi, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my negative vote at the appropriate time.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary, you may continue, please.
Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Yechon, Ligarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangodadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwanyo Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Patiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later.
You can vote. You can explain your vote later. Again, you continue.
Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yedamari, Romualdo, Rómulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelleta, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David,
Mr. Speaker, May I find out how my vote was registered?
What is
If
your
so,
vote?
Mr. Speaker, I want to register that I am for the negative for this bill. And I would like to explain my reservations after the voting, Mr. Speaker.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary General, you may continue.
Suntay.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no and I reserve my right to explain my vote.
You can explain your vote later, Secgen.
C. Alvarado. Taduran. Talyado. Tambunting. Tan Eliza. Tan Angelina. Tan Samir. Tan Shari Ann. Tan Sherny. Tejada. Teves Arnolfo. Teves Jose. Chanco. Tolentino. Torres Gomez. Tulfo. Tupas. Tutor. T. Alan. T. Diego. Umali Alfonso. Umali Maria Victoria. Unapia. Ungam. Uy Juliet. Uy Rolando. Valeriano. Valmayor. Vargas. Vargas Alfonso. Velasco. Veloso. Vergara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and would like to explain my vote later.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary General, you may continue.
Villa. Villafuerte. Villanueva Eduardo. Villanueva Noel. Villar. Villaraza Suarez. Villarica. Biolago. Yap Eric. Yap Victor. Yu. Zamora Ronaldo. Zamora Waikurat. Zarate.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later. Thank you.
You can explain your vote later, Secretary General.
Zubiri.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority Leader.
I do not know if my name was mentioned or called. How was my vote registered?
You can make your vote on the second call.
I am voting no, Mr. Speaker. May I have the right to explain my vote later?
You can explain your vote later, Mr. Minority Leader. Secretary General,
Speaker.
you may continue.
Mr. Speaker,
What is the pleasure from the gentleman of Honorable Gaite?
yes, Mr. Speaker, I too would like to know how my vote was registered in the roster.
There will be a second call and you can vote after.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Secretary General, you may continue.
Second call for House Bill number 78. Abaya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Zaldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Advincula. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Matba. Andaya. Aragones. Arbison. Arroyo. Comentado. Babasa. Bhagat Singh. Balindong. Banyas Nograles. Barbers. Baronda. Berzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Bandigan. Belmonte. Benitez. Bernos. Biason. Piron. Polilla. Bondok. Bravo. Bulot. Bustos. Kabatbat.
My vote is no, and I would like to reserve my right to explain my vote later.
You can explain your vote later. Secretary General, you may continue.
Cabredo. Cagas. Calderon. Calixto. Caminero. Campos. Canama. Kawagdan, Kari, Castelo, Castro Franz,
Sir Speaker, my vote is no, and I will explain my vote later.
You can vote, you can explain your vote later, Secgen.
Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Chato, Chipeco, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Wanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cueva, Kulyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, De Los Santos, Deloso Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Farinas Ria, Farinas, Rudy Caesar, Sorry. Fernandez. Fernando. Ferrer Juliet. Flores. Fortuno. Ong Ronnie. Pacquiao Alberto. Pacquiao Rogelio. Padiernos. Paduano. Palma. Panotes. Pichay. Pimentel. Plaza. Rodaza. Ramos. Remulla. Robes. Rodriguez.
Mr. Speaker, may I know how my vote was recorded?
Negative.
I reserve my right to explain my vote after the voting itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can explain your vote later, Mr. Senior Majority Leader. Secretary.
Rodriguez. Roman. Romero. Romualdez Ferdinand. Romualdez Yeda Marie. Roque Sagarbaria. Sakaluran. Salceda. Sangkopan. Sarmento. Sauluk. Savellano. Xiao. Singson. Singson Mihan. Sinsuat. Swansing Estrelita. Swansing Horacio. C. Alvarado. Tan Alisa. Tan Angelina. Tan Shamir. Tan Sherney. Tejada. Teves Arnulfo. Tolentino. Torres Gomez. T. Alan, T. Diego, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu Zamora Waikurat,
Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Biazon, what's the pleasure of...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, may I reserve the opportunity to explain my vote at the appropriate time?
Okay, you have the time later to explain your vote. Second, you may continue.
Zubiri,
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote after?
Okay, you can have time to explain your vote later. Second,
Okay na.
Majority yan. Ha? Oo. Ay, sorry. Susunod siya sa atin?
Hira, yan ang hirap sa Aban. Sa apelidong Abante, ako palagi ko. Hindi, no? Hindi nakatry.
With 136 affirmative, 43 against, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 78 has been approved on third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Again, you may now call the members.
Explanation of votes. Honorable members, Abante.
Minority Leader Abante is recognized. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, how many minutes do I have? I have 3 minutes?
You have
Or 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Minority Leader.
So does the Secretary General now has the right to dictate to me how many minutes do I have to speak? Oh, it's in the rules. Okay. I just would like to submit my full text of my negative vote to the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker. But I just would like to say this very clearly and very emphatically, that this bill, House Bill 78, is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. Can Congress overturn a Supreme Court decision interpreting the Constitution? Public use means the same as use by the public. The essential feature of the public use is that it is not confined to privileged individuals, but is open to the indefinite public. It is this indefinite or unrestricted quality that gives it its public character. In determining whether a use is public, we must look not only to the character of the business to be done, but also to the proposed mode of doing it. If the use is merely optional with the owners, or the public benefit is merely incidental, it is not a public use, authorizing the exercise of jurisdiction of the Public Utility Commission. There must be, Mr. Speaker, in general, a right which the law compels the owner to give to the general public. It is not enough that the general prosperity of the public is promoted. Public use is not synonymous with public interest. The true criterion by which to judge the character of the use is whether the public may enjoy it by right or only by permission. And, Mr. Speaker, looking at all of the amendments given, what the Supreme Court interpreted is a specific provision of the Constitution. We cannot overturn the Supreme Court by simply changing the law. We need to change the Constitution itself. Not only is House Bill 78 unconstitutional, it is also anti-Filipino, Mr. Speaker. The last sentence of Article 12, Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution provides that the participation of foreign investors in the governing body of any public utility enterprise shall be limited to their proportionate share in its capital, and all the executive and managing officers of such corporation or association must be citizens of the Republic of the Philippines. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 78 is a great disservice to the Filipino people. Again, may I say, we cannot overturn the Supreme Court by simply changing the law. We need to change the Constitution itself, Mr. Speaker. For the reasons I have just stated, I vote no to House Bill number 78. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my dear colleagues.
Honorable Remulla.
The Senior Deputy Majority Leader, Crispin Remulla, has 3 minutes to explain his vote.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker. Hindi ko ho kayang bumoto, hindi ko kayang sumang-ayon dito sa House Bill number 78 sapagkat unang-una, ito po ay hindi naaayon sa mga probisyon ng ating saligang batas. Ang public utility ay ginawa pong para sa mga Pilipino sapagkat marami pong karanasan na nakasaad sa likod ng mga probisyon ng saligang batas at ng Public Service Act. Mga karanasan na kung saan alam natin na Pilipino lang ang maaaring gumanap ng maayos sa katungkulan natin na maglingkod sa pangangailangan ng taong bayan. Bakit ba tinawag na public utility? Sabi nga, public use. Mga ginagamit nating lahat mula sa ating paggising, sa ating pagbangon, hanggang tayo ay makagalaw sa ating mga papel sa lipunan. Pagising natin, nariyan ang tubig, nariyan ang kuryente. Pagdating po natin sa labas ng bahay, nariyan po ang sasakyan at ang ating mga para tayo makarating sa ating pupuntahan. Nakareserba po ang transportasyon dati sa mga Pilipino. Ang industriyang yan. Ngunit ngayon, binubuksan natin ang pinto upang ang dayuhan ay maghari sa ating mga kalye, sa ating karagatan, at sa ating pong himpapawid. Hindi po ito naaayon sa nais mangyari ng ating mga ninuno. Bakit ba may mga bagay tayong ginawa na nakareserba sa Pilipino at Pilipino lamang? Bakit meron tayong ganong patakaran na hindi maaaring kunin ng dayuhan ang ganitong gawain? Marami hong dahilan yan. Ngunit sa karanasan po nating lahat bilang isang bansa, mula nung tayo sinakop ng mga mananakop, ang Kastila, ang Amerikano, ang Hapon, nakita natin kung ano ang kanilang gusto kunin sa ating bansa. At doon ho, yan ang naging basihan kung bakit meron ho tayong pro-Filipino provision sa ating pong saligang batas at sa Public Service Act. Saligang batas pa nga mismo doon nilagay ang pangangailangan na ang palituntunin na may mga bagay na dapat Pilipino lang ang gumaganap. Ngunit ngayon, binabaliwala natin ito. Gumawa tayo ng listahan ang sabi natin, hindi na public utility ang talagang ginagamit natin sa araw-araw. Isang ehemplo, telepono at internet. Hindi ba't ang telepono at internet ang siyang umuukupa sa buhay natin mula sa ating pagising pag tayo nagbabasa, kung tayo tumitingin ng ating research, kung tayo tumitingin sa mga balita. Ngunit ano nangyari? Ngayon, gusto nating ibigay itong bagay na ito sa mga dayuhan. Sana po mag-isip-isip tayo. Hindi po ito ang solusyon sa ating problema pang ekonomiya. Sa totoo lang, maganda naman ang ating ekonomiya kahit wala itong batas na to. Ngunit bakit pa natin ito ginagawa? Isa na lang po. Ako naman yung magbibigay ng nakasulat ng aking written explanation sa aking pagboto ng no. Ang anti-dummy law ay ginawa ng mga mambabatas sapagkat may mga bagay na hindi dapat pinalulusot kung baliwalain natin ang mga probisyon ng Saligang Batas at Public Service Act. Ngunit, ngayon, binabaliwala natin ang mga violasyon sa anti-dummy law. Yung mga taong nandaya sa atin ngayon, bibigyan natin ng premyo. Inyo na at tama kayo, dinaya nyo ang mga Pilipino sa bawat pagkakataon na binigay sa inyo. At ngayon, meron kayong reward sapagkat binaliwala nyo ang aming pagmamahal sa aming bansa. Ngayon, bibigyan natin sila ng pabuya at pabor na aalisin natin sa saklaw ng mga dapat parusahan na gawain ang pagbaliwala sa ating anti-dummy law. Yun na lang po, sapagkat maiksi ang panahon, ngunit susulat ko ho na maayos ang aking tingin ay maling-maling pagpasa ng House Bill number 78. Maraming salamat po.
Zubiri.
Congressman Zubiri, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After much thought and deliberation with the committee, the chairwoman knows this very well, going back and forth for the longest time since day one, haggling for some provisions to be inserted to protect our country and its citizenry, I've decided what for. I decided to say no. Why? Simply because my country is not for sale. I repeat, my country is not for sale. There is no value to the sovereignty of our nation. It is simply priceless, Mr. Speaker. That's all. I will not give the details, but this is my simple explanation. Mahal kita, Pilipinas. Thank you.
Secretary General. Next, Secretary General.
Yason.
Congressman Biazon, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. National security has always been one of the core issues that this representation consistently takes a firm stand on. I believe that as one who has taken an oath to support and defend the Constitution and the principles that make up this foundation, it is my duty to take a position that I believe serves the national security interest of the country when needed. The Constitution repeatedly stated that national interest shall be given priority in its policies. It is this paramount consideration that the government adopted its national security strategy, which is seen to enable the country to meet challenges to the way of life and well-being of Filipinos. The administration of President Duterte, in its national security strategy, defines national security as the state or condition wherein the nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity, the people's well-being, core values, and way of life, and the state and its institutions are protected and enhanced. In that document, aside from drug trafficking and climate change, the Philippine National Security Strategy recognizes cybersecurity as one of the non-traditional threats that the country faces due to globalization and rapid advances in modern technology. In fact, one of the 12 national security goals stated in the National Security Strategy is to provide strong cybersecurity infrastructure and cybersecurity.
The DND acknowledges that modern warfare and external threats to our sovereignty are no longer limited to the traditional threats of invasion or armed attack. We are now in an era where attacks to our country's interests may be conducted through cyberspace. Along with cybercrime and cyberterrorism, cyber warfare to overwhelm our defenses, disrupt our way of life, or a foreign entity imposing their will on us are real threats that we have to deal with because of modern-day technology. A policy brief at the National Defense College of the Philippines, published in 2013, noted that at the height of conflicting territorial claims between the Philippines and China over the Scarborough Shoal in the West Philippine Sea, hacktivists were reportedly engaged in a raging battle online. It further said that vital military, commercial, and public institutions are vulnerable to cyber terrorism. They can be targeted to disrupt the free world's defense and communication system. Computer bugs can bring down military email systems, destroy refineries, derail metro trains, scramble financial data, and damage electronic grids, among others. The threat is so real that the government, through the Department of Information and Communications Technology, has formulated a national cybersecurity plan which has 3 primary goals: assuring the continuous operation of our nation's critical infrastructures, public and military networks, implementing cyber resiliency measures to enhance our ability to respond to threats, effective coordination with local enforcement agencies, and a cybersecurity-educated society. In our present world, communications has evolved with the merger of communications with information. It has evolved in its nature and evolved in its purpose. No longer is it just a means for people to talk to one another. It is now a means for the transmission of data, for the operation of systems and interoperation of multiple systems, practically the operating system of our lives. It is for this reason that I disagree with the proposition of House Bill 78 to open ownership of telecommunications entities to non-Filipinos. I believe such a move will compromise national security by letting go of safeguards that ensures Philippine interests are in control of a critical public utility. I believe that telecommunications should be categorized along with air transportation, Philippine ports and airports as a public utility and fall under the restriction on foreign ownership provided by the Constitution. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my co-authorship of the bill and vote no to this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bordado.
The Honorable 3rd District of Kamsur, Congressman Bordado is recognized. Explain your vote. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, opening up our public utilities and enterprises to full foreign ownership may eventually prove to be deleterious not only to our economy but also to our sovereignty. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, such a provision brazenly defies our 1987 Philippine Constitution. I am therefore voting no to House Bill number 78. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, walang pag-iimbot na bumoboto ng no ang Gabriela Women's Party sa isang panukalang batas na magsasagad ng dayuhang pagmamayari sa mga kritikal na pampublikong serbisyo, kabilang ang telekomunikasyon, transportasyon at maging extractive industries. House Bill 78, more or less, fulfills the goal of economic charter change without tinkering with the 1987 Constitution. Sa ilalim ng panukalang ito, hinanapan ng batas ng konstitusyon para palusutin ang 100% dayuhang pag-aari ng public services, habang pakonsuelong pinananatili ang 40% foreign ownership cap sa sektor ng pagsupply ng tubig at kuryente. This exposes the Duterte administration's duplicity in its rants against foreign ownership and meddling, while at the same time accentuating Duterte's green light to China's very alarming creep into our power transmission and telecommunication sectors. In their defense of this measure, the sponsors of the bill recycled the outdated free market argument that competition from foreign players will supposedly improve the quality of public services. While most countries, including US and EU members, have instituted protectionist measures on their public services and utilities, the current administration auctions whatever that is left of our patrimony to full-scale liberalization and denationalization of key sectors. Foreign ownership of our mobile communication services, mass transits, and oil extraction will not improve the quality of services. Rather, it will leave us all vulnerable to external shocks and risks at the expense, of course, of ordinary consumers in the form of higher fares and fees. Kapag nalugi ang isang US o Chinese investor, halimbawa, dayuhan ang sasaklolohan ng gobyernong ito habang ordinaryong Pilipino ang maiipit. We are seeing the pitfalls of this overdependence on foreign capital amid the COVID-19 outbreak. Ngayon, sadsad ang turismo habang nakatenga ang dose-dose ng BBB projects. Why do we insist on a failed neoliberal experiment? Why do we gamble the welfare of our countrymen, all in the name of welcoming foreign players with open arms? Sa halip na sagad na dayuhang pagmamayari, subsidyo, pagsasabansa, at direktang regulasyon ng gobyerno ang solusyon sa sinasabing mga problema sa pampublikong serbisyo. Malinaw ang inilalatag na tanong sa kapulungang ito. Inang bayan o dayuhan? It is a shame that this chamber opted to choose foreign interests over our motherland and national patrimony. Filipino women and the people will remember this day as the day when the national patrimony thrust of the Constitution was traitorously subverted by the House to satiate foreign interests. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kabatbat.
Congressman Kabatbat, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Mr. Speaker, the intention of this representation when we filed House Bill number 540 is to ensure that the proposed amendments to the Public Service Act is explicit on its adherence to the provisions of the 1987 Constitution with regard to the 60-40 policy in capital ownership of public utilities. However, this is not aligned with the current version of the bill, specifically on the provisions regarding transportation and telecommunications that could be subject for constitutional violation and threat to national security. But still, Public Service Act needs to be updated to conform to the changing times, given that there are many kinds of public services that were not envisioned by the 1930s lawmakers, and there are also peculiarities in its implementation. Therefore, this representation votes for a qualified no. No to full foreign ownership of public utilities, and yes to more accountability in the public service sector. With this, I would like to manifest my withdrawal of authorship in this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Castro Franz.
Congresswoman Franz Castro, you have 2 minutes to explain your vote.
Salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, ang kinatawang po ito ay bumoto ng no sa panukalang batas na nag-aamyenda sa Public Service Act. Una, babaguhin at limitahan ang napakakitid na definisyon ng public utility sa 4 na lamang tulad ng distribution of electricity, transmission of electrician, mas di mapigilang pagtaas ng mga presyo ng mga produkto at serbisyo, mas malalang kalidad ng serbisyo dahil hindi naman kaya ng gobyerno nating kontrolin ang mga multinational corporations. Ang pagtanggal ng 60% Filipino ownership ay direktang paglabag sa ating konstitusyon, lalo na ang mandatong siguruhin at itaguyod ang isang pambansang ekonomiyang nakakatayo sa sarili at malaya at epektibong kinokontrol ng mga Filipino. Huwag nating linlangin ang taong bayan na sila ang makikinabang sa more choices, better services, and lower prices dahil ang katotohanan ay ang taong bayan ang dehado sa mga amyendang ito dahil sila ang final consumer at siguradong ipapasa sa kanila ang tax burden, other charges at kung ano-ano pang mga expenses. Dahil hawak ng pribadong sektor, mas kita ang layunin nila kaysa pampublikong serbisyo. Mr. Speaker, sa panghuli, I say no because Philippines is not for sale.
Honorable Alago.
Congresswoman Alago, you have 2 minutes to explain your vote.
House Bill 78 significantly narrows the definition of public utilities to only cover the distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity and water distribution, and sewerage pipeline systems. Mr. Speaker, this narrow definition seeks to bypass the current constitutional limits on foreign ownership of public utilities and open up significant parts of the economy to foreign investors. Foreign control over important critical services must be limited as required by the Constitution. The relaxation of nationality restrictions means excessive foreign control over critical telecommunications, power, and transport utilities. This will greatly undermine national security, consumer privacy, and welfare. The significant risk to national security and civil defense include digital surveillance and misinformation, denial and sabotage of vital services, among others. The guarantee of profit under House Bill 78 institutionalizes excessive profit-making at the expense of consumers. Utilities tend to be natural monopolies, and the amendments unfortunately distort so-called regulation towards guaranteeing investor profits rather than consumer well-being. This reinforces profitability as a condition for delivering public services, notwithstanding their nature as very basic necessities. Natural monopolies should, if anything, be more tightly regulated. As it is, privatized utilities have already resulted in expensive water and power that are burdensome especially for millions of low-income consumers. Mr. Speaker, ito po ang mga dahilan kung bakit ang representasyon ng kabataan ay tutol sa House Bill number 78. Pinasa po natin ito sa gitna ng isang public health emergency at pagkatapos ng sunod-sunod na mga kalamidad. Sobra na ang pahirap sa ating mamamayan, tama na ang pagsunod sa dikta ng dayuhan. Mariing tumututol ang kabataan na ipaubaya sa kamay ng dayuhan ang mga kritikal na serbisyo para sa Pilipino. Dahil ang interes ng ating bayan ang nakasalalay. Hindi pwede ang charter change shortcut, serbisyo sa tao, huwag gawing negosyo. Mr. Speaker, huwag po nating isugal ang kinabukasan ng ating mga kabataan. Philippines is not for sale. Maraming salamat.
Honorable Fortun.
Congressman Fortun, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just this afternoon, the Committee on Legislative Franchises adopted a resolution supporting the letter of the committee noted by the Speaker to enjoin the National Telecommunications Commission to give ABS-CBN a provisional authority. This issue about the renewal of ABS-CBN's franchise became all the more controversial when the Solicitor General filed a co-warranty petition seeking the revocation of its franchise, alleging, among others, that the network has allowed foreign entities to own shares of the corporation, the same being a violation of the Constitution. And yet, here we are, opening up telecommunications to 100% foreign ownership, effectively allowing media to be owned 100% by a foreign entity. This is without doubt not in keeping with the 1987 Constitution. Telecommunications is such a critical and sensitive industry that has far-reaching implications on a country's political and socio-cultural life, that it cannot be placed in the absolute ownership and control of foreign entities. The same is essentially true and even far more crucial in the case of water supply, power, and petroleum. We can always allow part ownership by foreign entities under more favorable arrangements for them if we are to encourage more investments, improvement of important services and utilities, but allowing, much less facilitating, 100% foreign ownership and control of such industries as telecommunications, water supply, and power will have very, very serious implications to our sovereignty as a nation and our national security. Just imagine a situation where Filipinos no longer control telecommunications, water supply, power generation, and petroleum right in our very own country. Di po ba nakakakilabot yun? Di po ba nakakatakot yun? I shudder to think of the rape of our sovereignty and our national security. This we cannot in conscience allow. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that we are departing from a clear constitutional policy, not by introducing constitutional amendments, but by simply approving this measure. Effectively, we are amending the Constitution by a mere vote of a simple majority instead of the constitutional requirement of a constitutional convention or a constituent assembly. Pwede na pala tayo mag-amenda ng konstitusyon sa pamamagitan ng 50% plus 1 of the members present constituting a quorum. Ito po ay nakakabahala. At sana'y ito ay naintindihan ng ating mga kasamahan sa Kongreso. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, my vote is no.
Honorable Gaite.
The Congressman Gaite, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. No ang boto ng kinatawang ito sa House Bill 78 na nag-aamenda sa Public Service Act. Malinaw ang layunin ng panukalang batas na ito. Buksan ang larangan ng serbisyong publiko sa dayuhang kapital. Lulusawin ang panukalang batas na ito ang proteksyong itinakda mismo ng ating konstitusyon na bahagi ng pangangalaga sa patrimonya ng bayang ito. Ipinagtatanggol ng panukalang batas na ito sa ngalan ng mga consumer na nagdurusa sa bulok pero mahal na serbisyo. Serbisyong monopolyo sa ngayon ay hawak ng iilang oligarko. Ang inihahain na solusyon ay ang paglilimita sa kontrol ng pamahalaan sa mga serbisyong napakahalaga para sa mamamayan. Ang inihahain na solusyon ay ang pang-inganyo sa mga dayuhang oligarko na mamuhunan sa mga serbisyo sa ngayon ay limitado lamang ang espasyo para sa kanila. Hindi po tayo naniniwala na ito ang tamang solusyon. Ang bulok at mahal na serbisyo ay binunga ng pagluluwag sa kapangyarihan at obligasyon ng pamahalaan na bantayan ang mga negosyong mahawak sa mga serbisyong publiko. Ang bulok at mahal na serbisyo ay bunsod ng lapida. Ngunit hindi ito po yung lapida na makikita sa sementeryo. Ngunit maaring mahalin tulad na rin. Dahil ang ibig sabihin po ng lapida ay mga inisyal para sa liberalisasyon, privatisasyon, at deregulasyon. Iyan po ang inihain na solusyon noon. Sinabi noon na sa pamamagitan ng lapida ay magkakaroon tayo ng episyente at murang serbisyo. Ngunit, kabaliktaran ang naging resulta. Kaya nga't kakatuwa na kung ano ang naging dahilan ng bulok at mahal na serbisyong publiko ang siya namang solusyon na inihahain ngayon. At sa balangkas ng House Bill 78, ibayo pang pakakawalan ang ilan sa mga tinuturing ngayong public utility mula sa pagbabantay ng pamahalaan at sa tungkulin nating pangalagaan ang interes ng mamamayan, lubhang lilimitahan ng panukalang ito ang saklaw ng kapangyarihan ng pamahalaan At para kanino? Para sa dayuhan, para sa negosyo, para sa mga oligarko. Ang nararapat na solusyon ay ang pagpapatibay ng kapangyarihan ng pamahalaan na bantayan ang interes ng negosyo sa ngalan ng interes ng publiko, ng taong bayan. Sa katunayan, dapat ang ating direksyon ay ang muling pagsasapubliko ng serbisyo at pagtatanggal nito sa kamay ng negosyo. Pinatunayan ng ating karanasan na hindi lapida ang solusyon, ang palyadong serbisyong publiko, kundi matapat at makabayang pagsasaalang-alang ng kapakanan ng taong bayan, kundi paggalang sa mga probisyong dito sa pangunahing layunin at protektahan ang dignidad at soberanya ng ating bayan. Kaya muli, ang boto po ng kinatuwang ito sa House Bill 78 ay no, at sumasaludo po ko sa lahat ng ating kagalang-galang na kinatawan na bumoto rin ng no. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Lagman.
Congressman Edsel Lagman, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against House Bill number 78 of the new Public Service Act, which is fatally violative of the Constitution, as it allows traditional and sensitive public utilities like transportation and telecommunication companies to be owned and operated by foreigners to the extent of 100%. This is contrary to Section 11 of Article 12 of the Constitution, which reserves the ownership, operation, control, and management of public utilities to Filipino citizens or to corporations or associations at least 60% of whose capital is owned by Filipinos. The nationality requirement for public utilities in Section 11 of Article 12 is essentially a restatement of identical provisions in the 1935 and 1973 Constitution. The subterfuge offensive to the Constitution is foisted by making a distinction between public utility and public service, where enterprises categorized under the latter are unconstitutionally exempt from the nationality or citizenship requirement of the Constitution. There is no distinction between public utility and public service because no less than the Supreme Court in a number of cases has ruled that public service is an indispensable element of a public utility. It is then well settled that public service is an indispensable attribute or element of a public utility, and the two are synonymous and interchangeable, so much so that there is no sound reason for making a distinction to justify defiance of the Constitution by allowing the non-compliance of public service enterprises with the requirement of Filipino citizenship. No statute can amend the Constitution, and the fundamental law can only be amended through a constitutional amendment proposed by a Constituent Assembly, Constitutional Convention, or by People's Initiative. The new Public Service Act, if enacted into law, is a mere statute which cannot amend the fundamental law. It is a fallacy to assert that what HB number 78 is amending is a Public Service Act. What it is transgressing is no less than the pertinent provisions of the Constitution as copied in the Public Service Act. In fact, there are many pending resolutions seeking to amend the economic provisions of the Constitution, including Section 11 of Article 12, through a Constituent Assembly. These resolutions manifest the clear intention of amending the Constitution through a Constituent Assembly, not through an act of the Congress as a legislative assembly. However, even by a constitutional amendment, I am still opposing to the unpatriotic erosion of the ascendant citizenship requirement in some sensitive enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Rivera.
Congressman Rivera, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution says that we should protect and promote the interests of our citizens or national from any foreign advantage and domination. Mr. Speaker, this representation believes that the right timing for liberal policies like this bill is crucial and key in order to reap its intended effects. Otherwise, it will be the financially aggressive foreign businesses which will take advantage of our economic potential and national patrimony. Sa akin pong pananaw, Ginoong Speaker, hindi pa po handa ang ating bayan, lalo na ang mga kababayan nating negosyante at mamumuhunan, na makipagsabayan sa pagdagsa ng mayayamang dayuhang negosyo na papayagan ng batas na ito. With all the economic, social, security, and even health problems that we are troubleshooting in the current proliferation of the Philippine offshore gaming operations or POGOs in the country, and in our experience with the recent liberalization of our rice sector, I think our government, our economy, and our country is not yet ready, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, SIBAC Party List believes that there are other means that we can adopt to achieve the purposes of this bill, but not to the extent of liberally opening this country to the mercy of foreign capitalists and investors at the expense of our local players. On this note, Mr. Speaker, this representation, together with my co-representative of SIBAC Party List, Deputy Speaker, Brother Eddie Villanueva, cast a no vote for the House Bill 78. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Suarez David.
Congressman David Suarez is recognized. You have 3 minutes. Where are you, Mr. Congressman? Secretary General.
Honorable Suntay.
Congressman Suntay, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this Congress. House Bill 78, amending the Public Service Act, primarily aims to provide the definition of public utilities. Through the passage of this House measure, it will essentially constrict public utilities to the distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, water pipeline distribution system, or sewerage pipeline system. All other services will then fall under public services, essentially exempting them from the restrictions of the 1987 Constitution. Article 12, Section 11, mandating all public utilities to at least have 60% Filipino ownership. This redefinition of public utilities goes against the Supreme Court rulings in NPC versus Court of Appeals. Public utility is defined as a business or service engaged in regularly supplying the public with some commodity or service of public consequence, such as electricity, gas, water, transportation, telephone, or telegraph service. Additionally, in the case of Albano versus Reyes, public utilities was defined the same way. Under these services, Filipino citizenship is required. The services offered are of such importance that it must be in the hands of our own citizens, considering that the ultimate purpose of a public utility is to serve national interest. The basis of this is that a Filipino is deemed to have patriotism and consideration of national interests. More importantly, through the amended Public Service Act and definition of public utility, foreign entities will be enabled to have full ownership of other public services that will not fall under the new definition of public utility. This will go against the main intention of the drafters of not only of the 1973, but also of the 1987 Constitution, to reserve public utilities exclusively to Filipinos emphasizing implicit concern for national defense and security. They feared that foreign control of important sectors such as transportation, media, electricity, telecommunication, and gas, once foreign entities get a hold of these major sectors, could be used and weaponized to undermine the country's defenses. Think of the illicit intelligence gathering and misinformation, the telecommunication system, or sabotage or withholding of services that might be at stake. This is exactly my concern in the passage of this act. Not only are we making entry of foreigners permeable, but we are also putting the country's national defense and security at risk. With this, I firmly believe that the ultimate best of each and every Filipino and of national interest must be to maintain the operation of public utilities at the hands of the Filipino people. The intentions of the framers of the Constitution to protect certain industries and to keep it in the hands of the Filipino people is very clear. Thus, they deemed it necessary to enshrine the same not only in the 1973 but also in the 1987 Constitution. And Congress should not amend this by simple legislation. For this, I vote no, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Vergara.
Congresswoman Ria Vergara, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With House Bill 78 effectively limiting public utility to just distribution of electricity and water systems, other public services in our country, such as transportation, communications, broadcasting, are at a high risk of no longer being subjected to the constitutional prohibition of 60-40 equity ownership of Filipinos and foreigners. Effectively, these public services can now be 100% foreign-owned. Furthermore, the proposed amendments run contradictory to Section 19 of our Constitution, which provides that the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. While the objectives of House Bill 78, which are to improve the delivery of public services, to generate more competition, thereby lowering prices, and to increase foreign direct investments are noteworthy, I'm afraid that they are not balanced by strict regulations and adequate safeguards to ensure that national interest and national security are not compromised. I believe that the key success factor in a liberalized economy is the presence of strong regulatory bodies that will properly and fairly balance the interests of investors and the welfare of Filipino consumers. To allow the influx of foreign investments in strategic businesses that provide vital services in our country, like transportation, telecommunication, broadcasting, when the regulatory bodies for these industries are not fully independent, objective, and transparent, is irresponsible and dangerous. Moreover, our country has the worst rich-poor divide in Asia. As of 2017, only 0.1% of our population have wealth of more than 50.6 million pesos, while an overwhelming 86.6% have wealth of less than 506,000 pesos. Legislative proposals like House Bill 78 will further widen this gap. The anticipated competition between Filipino businesses and their foreign counterparts may leave our countrymen at a huge disadvantage. Nung ako po ay nag-aaral, pagkatapos nating awitin ang lupang hinirang, binibigpas po namin ang panatang makabayan na nagsisimula sa mga salitang ito. Iniibig ko ang Pilipinas, ito ang aking lupang sinilangan, ito ang tahanan ng aking lahi. Kagalang-galang na speaker, sa aking tahanan, kapwa kong mga Pilipino ang namamahala. Walang banyaga na siyang makikinabang sa likas ng kayamanan ng aking tahanan. Hindi po ako sang-ayon na mga banyaga ang mangunguna sa pagpapatakbo ng mga serbisyong pampubliko na tumutugon sa pangunahing pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Ito po ang paniniwala na aking pinaglalaban. Kagalang-galang na Speaker, hindi po ako sang-ayon sa House Bill 78. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed to the next member who will explain his or her vote, we'd like to greet some guests in the gallery.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests of the Honorable Aleta C. Suarez, Congresswoman 3rd District, Quezon Province. They are Mr. Gerald Anderson, Philippine Youth kasama Ambassador of Goodwill, Nila Malari, Ali Claus, Jalal Laidan, Fred Payawan, Aki Pantaleon, Vanji Anderson, and Gerald Ortiz, Mr. Speaker.
Gerald Anderson, kasama ko po yan sa MPBL, sa player of IMUS. So with your group and party, welcome dito sa House of Representatives. Palakpakan po natin. Majority Leader. Secretary General, you can
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Anderson and his mother, Ms. Evangeline Opsima, are also the guests of Representative Sherlyn Banyas Nograles. Just for the record, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Mr. Gerald Anderson and Ms. Evangeline Vanji Opsima. You are all welcome sa House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we proceed to the explanation.
Secretary General, you may proceed.
Honorable Zarate.
Honorable Zarate, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Negosyo o kalayaan, bayan o sarili, pumili ka. Yan po, Ginoong Speaker, ang tinuran ng magiting na General Antonio Luna sa kabila ng kataksilan ng ilang mga Pilipino noong kapanahonang iyon. No ang boto ng bayan muna at ng kinatawang ito sa House Bill number 78 or an act providing for the definition of public utility, further amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act number 146, otherwise known as the Public Service Act. Ang tuluyang pagkabulok ng neoliberalismo sa buong mundo ay sinusubukang isalba ng mga pakana na katulad ng House Bill number 78. Habang naglalatag ito ng kritisismo sa mga nagsusulputang oligarkiya, monopolyo at di maampat na presyo ng mga batayang serbisyo at kalakal dahil sa pananalasa ng neoliberal na mga patakaran sa ating lokal na ekonomiya, ay itinutulak pa rin ng mga neoliberal economic managers ng Administrasyong Duterte ang mas malawak pang privatisasyon, deregulasyon at liberalisasyon. Ang pag-amyenda sa Public Service Act upang alisin ang mga negosyo o serbisyo bilang mga public utilities ay ang pag-alis din sa mga proteksyon ng publiko sa makatwirang singil para sa mga ito at ang tuluyang pag-alis ng kontrol ng gobyerno sa mga ito. Sa makatwid, Ginoong Speaker, mahaharap ang mga consumers sa walang kontrol na pagtaas ng presyo at bayarin kung buong-buo na itong kontrolado ng mga dayuhan ang mga negosyong ito. Sa paglilimita sa mga serbisyong kabilang sa public utilities, tinatangkang ikutan ng House Bill number 78 ang pag-amyenda sa ating saligang batas upang makapagpasok ng mga dayuhang pamumuhunan sa public utilities. Kabilang narito ang dayuhang pagmamayari, kontrol at operasyon ng mga public utilities katulad ng transportation, telecommunications, power generations at supply, at maging sa broadcast. Ito ay ilan lamang sa mga public utilities na maaari nang pasukin at kontrolin ng mga dayuhan kung ating papayagang maisabatas ito. Hindi ito ang gusto ng ating mga mamamayan, Ginoong Speaker. Humaling na humaling ang mga economic managers sa dayuhang pamumuhunan na tila ba ito ang liligtas sa ating pagbubulusok at atrasadong ekonomiya ng ating bansa. Ngunit, Ginoong Speaker, sa ilanang dekada nating pagbubukas sa ating merkado, pagbubukas sa ating ekonomiya, at pagbubukas sa ating lokal na ekonomiya ay nananatiling lugmok sa kahirapan ang mas marami pa nating mga kababayan na lugmok sa kahirapan ang ating bayan. Hindi ito ang sagot sa kahirapan at pagiging atrasado ng ating bansa. Kaya muli, Ginoong Speaker, bilang panghuli, atin pong isinisigaw, isa bansa ang mga public utilities. Serbisyo sa tao, huwag gawing negosyo. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Speaker.
Honorable Banyas Nograles.
Congressman Nograles, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to manifest that I'll be submitting a written explanation later. But I'd just like to say that my vote is no, because this representation believes that the said measure is violative of our Constitution. Second, this representation is a firm believer of Filipino First policy. I believe in strengthening our muscles and growing our wings. It may be a one-week step at a time, but believing in it and continuously doing so will eventually make us stronger as a nation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General be directed to immediately transmit to the Senate House Bill number 78.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General is now transmit to the House and the Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Representative Sangkopat be recognized if she would like to make a manifestation.
Congresswoman Sandoval is recognized for your short manifestation.
Mr. Speaker, if I was around a while ago when House Bill number 78 was voted upon, I would have voted no. I will just submit my written explanation of my vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider for approval on third reading House Bill number 5832 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, what is the pleasure of the gentleman from Albay?
may I move for a short suspension so that I could compare with the Majority Leader?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session.
Session suspended.
Wala tayong tao? Wala tayong tao.
Assalamualaikum.
Pumayag na?
Lumayo.
Hindi tayo eh. Saan kami hindi tayo?
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion with regard to House Bill 5832. And I move instead that we consider for approval on third reading House Bill 6134, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll on nominal vote.
So that previous motion is approved and directed the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6134, an act mandating banking institutions to strengthen the financing system for agricultural, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6134. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Vincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Matong Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas Arroyo, Atienza, Umentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyes Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bulilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyaman, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Ergel, Ermita Buhay, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñez Ria, Fariñez Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuente Bella, Gaite, Garbin Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasitaya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Ed Gomar, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Arrelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halus Hos, Javier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Ligardo, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal Olivares, Ong Jose Ongroni, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagar Barrias, Sakaluran, Salcedo, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estradita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntaisi Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas Chutor, T. Alan T. Diego, Umali, Alfonso, Umali, Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
I'll just
With 240 members voting in the affirmative, 5 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill 6134 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the amendment of Section 30 of our rules to add a provision that shall read as follows. Special Committee on Strategic Intelligence, 20 members. All matters directly and principally relating to strategic intelligence initiatives, activities, and programs of the Philippine government, including but not limited to counterintelligence, counterterrorism, foreign intelligence, and economic intelligence. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect Representative Fredenil Castro as chairman of the Special Committee on Strategic Intelligence.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect Representative Francisco Datol as member of the Special Committee on Bases Conversion.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 5912 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Secretary General will read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll on nominal voting.
House Bill 5912, an act declaring July 27 of every year a special national working holiday, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9645, otherwise known as the commemoration of the founding anniversary of Iglesia ni Cristo Act. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 5912. Abante, Abaya, Villanosa, Abo, Abweg Saldivar, Abunda, Ako, Pacosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Gabasa, Garao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Aloente, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amantimatba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Viazon, Billones, Veron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Rosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutsan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castor Franz, Castro Predinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chepeco, Chungalao, ko Angelica, ko Elizalde, ko Juanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Di Maporo Abdullah, Di Maporo Muhammad Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, P. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Icleo, Ilago, Inverga, Irise, Irigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria Cristina, Fariñas Rudis Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentevella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatsalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neftali, Gonzales Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Alosos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Yitchon, Ligarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mga Dudato, Marculeta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malanyaon, Oaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ortega, Oaño Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodríguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yedemarí, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sánchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Sinson, Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelleta, Swansing Coracio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sharian, Tan Sherny, Tijada, Tevez Arnolfo, Tevez Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, P. Alan, P. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar Suarez, Villarica, Biulago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri.
With 238 members voting in the affirmative, 0 negative, and 5 abstentions, House Bill number 5912 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6136. For this purpose, may we request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6138, an act amending Republic Act Number 8794, entitled An Act Imposing a Motor Vehicles User Charge on Owners of All Types of Motor Vehicles and for other purposes, as amended by Republic Act Number 11239. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6136. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abig Zaldibar, Abunda, Ako, Acosta, Acosta, Alba, Jong at Vincula, Agabasa, Garao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Mantematba, Matong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Aripison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Pabasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bersaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Bendigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro, France, Castro, Fredinil, Cayetana, Alan Peter, Cayetana, Maria Laarni, Garin, Janet, Garin, Sharon, Gasitaya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Don Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Groseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hofer, Halusos, Javier Jimenez ko, Elisa ko, Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Limdem, Kaichong, Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Makapagroque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savillano, Sao Silverio, Singson, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrilta, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, si Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tehadat, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando.
They cannot deny the fact that this will result to additional cuts to the incomes of our jeepney, bus, and tricycle operators and drivers. Dagdag buwis ito sa modes of public transport na sa ngayon ay maaaring humarap sa krisis dahil sa apektado rin sila ng pagtumal ng mga pasahero dahil sa COVID-19 outbreak. Dagdag buwis naman gayong hindi nga maramdaman sa ngayon ang ipinangakong serbisyo na ihahatid daw ng dagdag buwis sa ilalim ng train law. Worse, this bill ingenuously incorporates the botched PUV modernization program under the guise of subsidies for the procurement of Euro 4 compliant public utility vehicles. Under the measure, 45% of the tax revenues would be allocated for such subsidies. But even with such assistance, most of the operators will still struggle in paying the new imported units costing over ₱1 million. Sa huli, pinapadulas ng panukalang ito ang pagbili at pagtatambak ng mga modernong PUVs mula sa ibang bansa sa ganansya ng iilang negosyo at distributor habang minamasakir ang kabuhayan ng ating mga jeepney drivers. Ang malala pa rito, ang ordinaryong commuter ang papasa ng pagbabayad ng bagong buwis at bagong unit sa forma ng mas mataas na singil sa pamasahe. Gayong mahigit 1 taon nang walang dagdag sahod ang ating mga manggagawa. For these reasons, no ang boto ng Gabriela Women's Party sa isang kontramahirap na panukalang batas na ito. Mr. Speaker, salamat po.
Honorable Castro Franz.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bumoboto ang ACT Teachers Party List ng no sa mas mataas na road users tax na ibabangga sa mga mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, sa unang taon pa lamang ay itataas ng bill na ito by 30% ang buwis ng mga cars and light vehicles and by 90% pagdating ng 2023. Pabibigatin din natin ang buwis ng public utility vehicles, 1 peso and 40 cents per kilogram of gross vehicle weight o yung GVW hanggang 3 pesos and 40 cents per kilogram sa 2023. At hindi pa matatapos sa 2023 ang pagsirit pataas ng pasaning road users tax dahil taunang itataas ito by 5% para sa lahat ng sasakyan. Hindi makakapagkunwari ang panukalang ito bilang progressive. Paano magiging progressive kung pareho lang ang babayaran ng mayayaman? Sila ang mga may-ari ng sports vehicle at mga may kaunting kaya na namamasada lamang gaya ng mga owner at operator ng papasaherong jeep. At hindi matatanggihan ang posibilidad na may epekto ang dagdag buwis na ito sa pasahe at presyo ng mga batayang bilihin at serbisyo, na dihamak na mas matindi ang salpok sa may hirap at mayorya ng Pilipino kaysa sa mayayaman. Hindi rin makakapagkunwaring para sa mamamayan ang mas pinabigat na road users tax para di umano sa so-called universal health care, samantalang tauna naman ang pagbabudget cut natin sa mga programa ng DOH at sa mga pampublikong ospital, RHU at iba pang health institutions. At magbubuhos ng incremental proceeds sa PhilHealth samantalang hindi pa nga ginagamot ang mga scam, anomalya at iba pang mga sakit nito bilang tagahigop ng pondo para sana sa direktang health services para sa mga mamamayan. Popondohan din ito ang PUB modernization kuno na nahubaran naman na bilang isang engrandeng balakin para madominahan ang malalaking transportation operators ang pamamasada sa daan habang isinasantabi ang panawagan para sa mura at maasahang mass transportation system. Sa ibang salita, kukunan na naman ang bulsa ng mga mamamayan para patabain ang bulsa ng mayayaman. Isa pa ang pagkain na sana ng mga may hirap at mayorya ng sambayanan ay papasimento ng kita at tubo ng mga higanting kontratista at makakabenepisyo sa Build, Build, Build program. Bilang panghuli, Mr. Speaker, nirerehistro ng representasyong ito ang mariing oposisyon sa walang katapusang pagpataw ng gobyernong ito na mga dagdag buwis na sa kaduluduluhan ay papasanin ng mga mamamayan. Ang sinimulan na Train 1 na niratsada habang natutulog ang mga Pilipino hanggang trabaho si Tira Bill nariripake upang itago ang tanggalan ng trabaho. Na idudulot nito ay pagpapatuloy natin ngayon ang House Bill 6136. Dahil sa mga sumusunod, umuboto kami ng no sa House Bill 6136.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6123. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6123, an act defining the offenses of discharge of firearms and indiscriminate firing of firearms and providing stiffer penalties therefore, amending for the purpose Article 254 of Act Number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code, and Republic Act Number 10591, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6123. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abo, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Gabas, Agaraw, Agbipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Gones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Berbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Beron, Bulilla, Bundok, Bordado, Prapo, Rosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabutsan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Caugdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Pedinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste Chato Chepeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Hanco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Coresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagog, Dalipid, Dalog, Datol, Dasa, De Luz, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalla, Di Mapor Abdullah, Di Mapor Muhammad Khalid, Duabit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Dian Paul, Ebka Sicleo, Ilago, Inverga, Erice, Eriquera, Remita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria Cristina, Fariñas Rudes Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fenteville, Gaite, Garvin, Garcia, José Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Chan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Janet, Garin Sharon, Lasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aureliadon, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Goroseta, Kiko, Gullias, Guya, Jaresco, Ataman, Hernández, Herrera D, Hofer, Halos Hos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Kalabadaban, Lakson, Laksonuel, Lagman, Lagun, Lara, Lasatin, Yechon, Ricarda, Lim Kaichon, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, La Macapagalaroy, Maceta, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawa, Mangudadato, Marculeta, Mariano Hernández, Mariño, Marquez, Martínez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Cherico, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malañano, Ominal, Olivares, On José, On Roni, Ortega, Oaño Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Rodaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodríguez, Román, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yademarí, Romualdo, Rómulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbá, Gonzalo Sánchez, Sancopa, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savillano, Siao, Silvera, Singson, Mijan, Sensua, Swansing, Estrelleta, Swansing, Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Pijada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umale Alfonso, Umale Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Oy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villaferte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yaptor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri.
Before announcing the result of House Bill number 6123, there is a correction that House Bill number 6136, that the affirmative is 240, the negative is 5, and a while ago is 0, the abstention. But now, the corrected one is affirmative is 239, negative is 5, the abstention is 1. So that's the correct one, Secretary General. Majority Leader. House Bill number 6123, affirmative 246, negative 0, abstention 0. So House Bill number 6123 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 5975. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 5975, an act declaring the fourth Thursday of November of every year as National Thanksgiving Day. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 5975. Abante Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abig Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong Advincula, Agabasa Garao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Matong Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barbers Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista Bendigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro, Franz, Castro Fedinil, Cayetano Alantitre, Cayetano Maria Learni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Lizalde, Cuanco, Collantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, De Maporo Abdullah, De Maporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael III, D. N. Paul, Ebcas Ecleo, Ilago, Enverga, Erisa, Erigel, Ermita Buanes, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy, Cesar Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Julius, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasatay, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D. Hofer, Halusos, Javier, Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Dastin, Liachon, Legarda, Limlem, Kaichong, Lopez, Leola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Malanyao, Nuaminalo, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Roni, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padjerno, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez, Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbango, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrella, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntaisi, Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tiada Teves, Arnulfo Teves, Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres, Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, Ti Alan, Ti Diego, Umali, Alfonso, Umali, Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Juliet, Uy, Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 246 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 5975 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bill 6192. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6192, Anak, Preserving the Indigenous Games of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6192. Abante, Abaya, Villanosa, Abo, Abuel Saldivar, Abunda, Ako, Pacosa, Acosta, Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Gabas, Agaraw, Lipa, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amanti Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Agargones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Achansa, Almentado, Babasa, Bagaching, Balindong, Banyas, Nogrades, Barba, Berbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Piason, Billones, Beron, Bolilla, Bundok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Budot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campus, Canama, Caugdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Predinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Cayetano, Maria Larnel, Celeste, Chato, Chepeco, Chongalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Hanco, Culiantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagog, Dalipid, Dalog, Datul, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimapur Abdullah, Dimapur Muhammad Khalid, Duapit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Paul, Ebka, Secleo, Ilago, Iniverga, Erice, Eriguera, Remita Buangin, Scudero, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria Cristina, Fariñas Rudes Zizar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuenteville, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Chan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasatay, Gatchalan, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Don, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Guruseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Jarasco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Dija, Hofer, Los Hos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Conjunda, Dabat, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lastin, Giachon, Ricarda, Lim, Caichon, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Makapaglaroy, Maceta, Matrona, Malapitan, Mangawa, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Matma, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malañao, Noaminal Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Oaño Tizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Aurelio, Patiernos, Patuano, Palma, Pancho Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puro, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodríguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdo Ferden, Romualdo Sierra Marí, Romualdo, Rómulo, Rojas, Sacdalen, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbao, Salo, Sánchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulo, Sevillano, Xiao, Silvera, Sinson, Mihan, Sinsua, Swansing, Estreleta, Swansing, Horacio, Suarez, Aleta, Suarez, David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tan Bunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Ann, Tan Shirney, Pihata, Tevez Arnoldo, Tevez Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulpo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Omali Alfonso, Omali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungap, Uy Juliet, Orlando, Valeriano, Balmaro, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri.
With 246 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6192 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6254. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6254, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to FBS Radio Network Incorporated under Republic Act Number 8114, entitled An Act Granting FBS Radio Network Incorporated a franchise to establish, construct, install, maintain, and operate commercial radio and television station in the Philippines and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6254. Abante, Abaya, Bellanosa, Abu, Abueg, Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Bendigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Buliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Cayetano, Mariela Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalauco, Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Dasa de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Delmar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buani, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando Ferrer, Juliet Ferrer, Luis Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbingo, Garcia, Jose Enrique Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent Garin, Janet Garin, Sharon, Casitay, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Man, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halushos, Javier Jimenez Co, Elisa Co, Wilton Co, Hun Labad Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Leachon, Ligarda, Limdem, Kaichong, Lopez, Leon, Lasoton, Makapagalaroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magudadato, Marcoleta, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez, Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Rimulya, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbangan, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mian, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva, Noel, Villar, Villaras, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap, Eric, Yap, Victor, Yu, Zamora, Ronaldo, Zamora, Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 248 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6254 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6256. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6256, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Century Communications Marketing Center Incorporated, doing business under the name and style of Century Broadcasting Network under Republic Act number 8133, entitled An Act Granting Century Communications Marketing Center Incorporated a franchise to construct, install, operate, maintain for commercial purposes radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6256. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abigzaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Jong Advincula, Agabasa Garao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez, Franz, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Matong Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Berzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bendigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabat-Gabat, Kabutyan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro, Franz, Castro, Fredinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Cayetano, Maria La Arni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalaw, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cuangco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipid, Dalog, Datol, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Delmar de los Santos, De Loso Montalya, Demaporo Abdullah, Demaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael III, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhayn, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer, Juliet, Ferrer, Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia, Jose Enrique, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garin, Janet, Garin, Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Herongo, Edgo, Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Don, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Carlo, Gorceta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, D, Hofer, Halos, Hos, Javier Jimenez, Co, Elisa, Co, Wilton, Konghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatil, Leachon, Legarda, Limlem, Kaichong, Lopez Loyola, Lusotan, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Magunda Dato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Naganyo, Nabanieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez, Mananyaon, Juan Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Pacquiao, Alberto, Pacquiao, Rogelio, Padjernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand, Romualdez, Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagar Barria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Mihan, Sensuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Teada Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaras, Suarez, Villarica, Villalago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 248 in the affirmative votes, none for negative, none for abstention, House Bill number 6256 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6371. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6371, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to International Communications Corporation, presently known as Bayan Telecommunications Incorporated, under Republic Act Number 3259, entitled An Act Granting the International Communications Corporation a franchise to establish radio stations for domestic telecommunications, radiophone, broadcasting, and telecasting as amended by Republic Act Numbers 4905 and 7633. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill 6371. Abante, Abaya, Villanosa, Abo, Abueg Saldívar, Abunda, Ako, Pacosta, Acosta, Alba, Adjong, Advíncula, Gabas, Agaraw, Agnipa, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Senaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amanti Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Argonas, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagaching, Balindong, Banyas, Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Vernos, Piason, Billones, Veron, Bolilla, Bundok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabuchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Pedinil, Cayetano, Alan Peter, Cayetano, Maria Larne, Celeste, Chato, Chepeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizarte, Co Juanco, Culiantes, Sorgo, Cua, Coresma, Cuebat, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipid, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Los Montalia, Abdullah, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Mohamed Khalid, Duabit Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Fall, Ebka, Secleo, Ilago, Inverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Pariñas Rias, Cristina, Pariñas Rudezizar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentevella, Gaite, Garvin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Chan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasatay, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aureliotón, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Jaro, Groseta, Gico, Gulias, Guya, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernández, Herrera, Hofer, Los Hos, Javier, Jiménez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Conjon, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lacman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Yechon, Ligarda, Lim, Lincaichon, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Makapagalaroy, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadadato, Marculeta, Mariano Hernández, Mariño, Marquez, Martínez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad, Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Cherco, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Núñez Malañan, Oaminal, Olivares, On José, On Roni, Ortega, Oaño Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Pat Tiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramírez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodríguez, Román, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yedemarí, Romualdo, Rómulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarbaría, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbá, Gonzalo Sánchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Sevillano, Xiao, Silveres, Sinson, Mijan, Sinsuat, Suan Sin Estrelleta, Suan Sin Horacio, Suárez Aleta, Suárez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Tallado, Tambunting, Tan Alaisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sharian, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Tebes Arnolfo, Tebes Jose, Chanco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Jagon, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Rolando, Valeriano, Balmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaras Suárez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Sarate, Subiri.
With 248 voting for the affirmative, none for negative, 0 abstention. House Bill number 6371 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill 6091. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be redirected to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6091, an act providing protection from liability to volunteers for acts or omissions committed in the performance of their duties during emergency situation. Roll call of members, first consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6091. The Honorable Representatives Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abeg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adjong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez France, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagaching, Balindong, Bañez Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro France, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Mariela Arni, Celeste Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizalde, Co Juanco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cuba, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Deloso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo Elago, Enverga, Erice, Edigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas, Ria, Fariñas, Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuna, Fortuno, Frasco, Fentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gadin Janet, Gadin Sharon, Gisataya Gatchelian, Gato Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera, Hofer, Halasho, Xavier Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lizati, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Dadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles, Jericho, Nograles 1, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Paminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Redasa, Ramirez-Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Sieda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sacdalan, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savellanos, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinswat, Swansing Estrellita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sharian, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Telentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo Tupos, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Villanueva, Eduardo, Villanueva, Noel, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
With 248 members voting in the affirmative, none for negative, none abstain, House Bill number 6091 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General be directed to immediately transmit to the Senate all of the bills that the House has approved on third reading.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 159 as contained in Committee Report 260, that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 159, an act strengthening the right of government to expropriate lands for socialized housing, amending for the purpose Section 9, 10, and 11 of Republic Act Number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and that we recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Representative Strike Revilla, to sponsor the measure.
Honorable Strike Revilla is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I humbly stand before you with the singular honor to report back to this august body House Bill number 159, in consolidation with the House Bill 5986, which seeks to strengthen the right of the government to expropriate lands for socialized housing and to amend for the purpose of Section 9, 10, and 11 of the Republic Act number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992. The ultimate purpose of this measure is to help solve the prevailing housing and urbanization problems. Ang kakayanan po ng ating mga syudad na harapin ang napakabilis na pagsulong ng urbanisasyon at ang mga kaakibat na mga problemang dala-dala nito ay nagtutulak sa hangganang. Sa ilalim ng Republic Act number 7279 o ang Urban Development and Housing Act ay naatasan ang mga lokal na pamahalaan na magsagawa ng inventaryo ng mga lupa para sa socialized housing. At may mga paraan o modes ng mga pag-acquire ng lupa na isinaad ang batas katulad ng community mortgage, land swapping, land assembly, or consolidation, land banking, donation sa gobyerno, joint venture agreement, negotiated purchase, at expropriation. Subalit, isinasaad din ng batas na gagamitin lang ang expropriation bilang pinakahuling hakbang sa pagkuha ng lupa para sa socialized housing. May mga pagkakataon kung saan ang isang lokal na pamahalaan ay nagnanais matugunan ang suliraning pabahay sa kanyang nasasakupan. At dahil meron silang sapat na kakayanan at mas minanais na makakuha ng lupa sa pamamagitan ng expropriation. Subalit ito ay tinutulan lamang ng mga korte sa kadahilan ng ang expropriation ay ang pinakahuling opsyon sa ilalim ng batas. Ang House Bill 159 ay nagbibigay ng solusyon sa problemang ito ng ating pamahalaan. Ipinanukala nito ang iba't ibang paraan ng pagkuha ng lupa para sa socialized housing at ay pantay-pantay na. At ang expropriation, ang isang kapangyarihan ng lokal na pamahalaan na itinatadhala ng local government code ay hindi na last option. Mr. Speaker, ang panukalang batas na ito ay hindi cure-all solusyon sa kabuuang problema ng pabahay. Pero sa pamagitan nito ay mapapabilis ang pagtatalaga at pagkuha ng lupa upang makapagpatayo ng mga pampublikong pabahay at maibsan ang mahigit na 6 na milyong kakulangan sa pabahay kung saan tinatayang mahigit 1 milyon ay nakatira sa mga danger zone at mga lupain ng pamahalaan na may nakatalagang infrastruktura. Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, we take pride and honor in bringing this measure to plenary for your support and approval. Thank you and good day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration on House Bill number 159.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6497 as contained in Committee Report 271 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6497, an act modernizing the regulation of health facilities and services and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 4226, otherwise known as the Hospital Licensure Act.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and that Representative Strike Revilla be recognized to sponsor the measure.
Honorable Strike Revilla is recognized.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. In behalf of Chairperson Angelina Helen Tan, who is attending another meeting related to COVID-19, I am a member of and co-author of the Committee on Health is taking the cudgel in sponsoring House Bill number 6497 in Committee Report number 271. The bill is intended to strengthen the regulation of health facility in the Philippines. To do so is to repeal the Republic Act number 4226, otherwise known as the Hospital Licensure Act, which was enacted in June of 1965. The proposed measure mandates the Bureau of Health Facilities and Services of the DOH to be the regulatory agency for health facilities and services in the country, which include hospital, clinics, and other types of health facilities that provides diagnostic, rehabilitative, palliative, and therapeutic services. The bill also defines the powers and functions of the BHFS in establishing and prescribing rules, regulations, standards, and specifications in the issuance of permits to construct or license to operate facilities and to administer and enforce the rules thereof. The BHFS is also empowered to inspect and monitor all health facilities, approve plans and issues permit or authority to construct, renovate, or expand health facilities, collect or determine appropriate permits fees. Furthermore, the BHFS is vested with quasi-judicial power to investigate, hear, and decide administrative cases against health services facilities and establishment in violation of this Act. The BHFS is also authorized to work closely with the FDA for the licensing of hospital-based and standalone pharmacies. The provision as reflected in the proposed measures updates the current setup and allow the efficient flow of regulating health facilities and services in the country. On this note, I sought the approval of Committee Report number 271 by the members of this august chamber. Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments, and there being no individual nor committee amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6497.
Those in favor of House Bill 6497, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6497 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6496 as contained in Committee Report 270, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6496, an act strengthening the national program for the elimination of tuberculosis, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 10767, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Tuberculosis Elimination Plan Act.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate and that Representative Strike Revilla be recognized to sponsor the measure.
Honorable Strike Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, good evening. In behalf of the Chairperson Angelina Helen Tan, who is attending another meeting related to COVID-19, I just want to take the cudgel in sponsoring House Bill number 6496 in Committee Report 270. The bill is aimed to provide support and expand effort to eliminate tuberculosis through comprehensive monitoring of TB patients, the implementation of a wider public awareness program, and the harnessing of support of the private sector. The measure proposed for the inclusion in the module of the basic education curriculum the principle and practices of preventing, detecting, managing, and controlling TB. It provides for a massive nationwide, consistent, and sustained multimedia campaign on TB control, treatment, and management. The bill further provides for the following: classified TB as a notable diseases and must be reported to the DOH. For this purpose, a TB notification committee is created in the public and private health centers, hospitals, and facilities. Number two, establishment of a DOH TB registry and monitoring system which shall contain data on all new cases of TB according to geographical regions and provide a framework in assessing and controlling the impact of the disease. Number three, enumerates the rights and responsibilities of TB patients, which shall include, among others, the right to be treated humanely, to be a free and equitable access to TB care from diagnostic to complete treatment, to information on availability of health care and the right of confidentiality. Number four, encourage private sector participation in the National TB Elimination Program through its corporate social responsibility programs. Number five, convergence of TB services in the local government unit by providing a TB strategic plan through DSWD to cover indirect costs of accessing TB treatment, including transportation, meals, accommodation, and other assistance available. DOLE to provide policies on TB prevention and improve occupational safety. Civil Service Commission to develop policies for government workers on TB prevention and occupational safety and health condition in the workplace. TESDA to implement a non-discriminatory approach in dealing with clients affected with TB, and DepEd, CHED, DILG, and other government agencies to develop a comprehensive program of support services for TB victims and their affected families. The proposed measure, once approved, will greatly help in the elimination of TB in the Philippines. Approval of this earnestly sought by this representation as a member and co-author of the Committee on Health. And may I include, Mr. Speaker, to include as co-author, to include a minority floor leader, to include as a co-author of this measure.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker.
Second reading. Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate as sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and there being no individual nor committee amendments, close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6496.
Those in favor of House Bill number 6496 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6496 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6456 as contained in Committee Report 262 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of that said measure. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6456, an act declaring August 12 of every year as National Youth Day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Eric Martinez for his sponsorship speech.
Honorable Eric Martinez is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Floor Leader. As contained on Committee Report Number 262, House Bill 6456. On December 17 of 1999, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution Number 54/120, which declares August 12 as International Youth Day. Henceforth, August 12 marks the annual celebration of International Youth Day. It is an awareness day designated by the United Nations for the purpose of recognizing the youth across the globe and empower young people to make positive contributions to their communities and nations. To draw attention to a given set of cultural and legal issues surrounding the youth globally. It is in this spirit that the Committee on Youth and Sports Development approved House Bill number 6456 under Committee Report 262, which seeks to honor the youth in the annual celebration of the National Youth Day, every August 12, the same day that the International Youth Day is celebrated. The annual celebration aims for a decentralized celebration of the internationally recognized event in schools, colleges, universities, and all provincial and local youth development offices, and mandate them to launch activities such as leadership training, youth empowerment workshops, basic mass integration, community activities, among others. The overriding objective of this proposal is to recognize the role of youth in nation building and to promote social change by declaring a National Youth Day. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am hopeful that the proposed declaration of the National Youth Day will usher our youth to be more inspired, more productive, more dynamic citizens of this republic. Let the National Youth Day be a day of triumph and celebration for our young people. Let the National Youth Day be a day of recognition of the important role of the youth in nation building. Let the National Day be a day of hope and inspiration for our young people. Mabuhay ang kabataang Pilipino. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6456.
Those in favor of House Bill number 6456, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6456 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we consider on second reading House Bill number 6505 as contained in Committee Report 275 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6505, an act granting full insurance coverage to all qualified agrarian reform beneficiaries of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, amending for the purpose Section 14 of RA number 9700, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Act, extension with reforms.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Sol Chung Alao to sponsor the said measure.
House Member Representative Chungalao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and dear colleagues of this august chamber. I wish to express my appreciation for the House leadership and its entire membership for the inclusion of our measure in today's plenary agenda. Finally, I stand before you this afternoon to sponsor a very significant piece of legislation that would provide immediate financial assistance to affected agrarian reform beneficiaries, ARBs, in the event of natural calamities in order to make losses more bearable and to mitigate its effect of granting insurance to qualified farmers. The measure that I'm referring to is the substitute measure to House Bills numbers 1045 and 3451, entitled An Act Granting Full Insurance Coverage to All Qualified Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, amending for the purpose Section 14 of Republic Act Number 9700, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program Extension with reforms, which were principally authored by Representatives Christine Singson Mehan and Vilma Santos Recto. Mr. Speaker, this will provide the agrarian reform beneficiaries with the much-needed insurance protection against compensable losses arising from natural calamities, plant diseases, and pest infestation of their crops. This mandates full insurance coverage to farmer beneficiaries whose losses occur from natural calamities such as typhoon, flood, drought, earthquake, and volcanic eruption, plant diseases caused by pathogens, bacteria, fungi, viruses, virus-like pathogens, and other similar foreign bodies, and pest infestations caused by nematodes, insects, mites, and spiders, millipedes and centipedes, etc. It will also promote a positive impact on the lives of the farmer beneficiaries and will ensure the efficiency of support services accorded by the Department of Agrarian Reform for the sectors of the ARBs. In this manner, it will pressure off the ARBs in managing risks arising from the production of commodities, price variability, and rise against poverty. Further, the concerns of the ARBs in situations beyond their control, like the increasingly unpredictable weather patterns and adverse weather conditions brought on by the intensifying climate change and weather uncertainties, will be addressed accordingly. It will also provide the ARBs a safety net against crop pests and diseases. Similarly, it will also serve as a credit reduction mechanism and a surrogate capital for actual capital, and will facilitate credit access, especially informal lending institutions like the Land Bank of the Philippines, which require agricultural insurance from ARB borrowers. Since the agricultural insurance program of the government shall be administered by the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, created through PD 1467, as amended by PD 8175, the best interests of the crop beneficiaries and national economy shall be afforded the highest consideration. This bill will strongly complement the agricultural insurance for agrarian reform beneficiaries participating in the Agrarian Production Credit Program and Credit Assistance Program for program beneficiaries development in the financing programs implemented by the DA, DAR, and LBP, which covers all the regular insurance products implemented by the PCIC. More importantly, this will provide for a choice of insurance windows for the ARBs and address the various issues that impede the availment of insurance in agriculture. In contrast to some on-farm strategies that contribute to financial loss, this substitute bill also allows mitigation from severe collateral risks. Lastly, its passage will enable the DAR to support the ARBs in its biggest and broadest enterprise to date as a mechanism in managing risks which the ARBs can cost-free avail and utilize. To this end, the risk-adverse ARBs will be encouraged to engage in more riskier and more profitable activities such as adoption of higher-yielding varieties. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, we are compelled to abide by our primary function as enshrined in our preamble, which states that we should fulfill the constitutional duty to make laws that respond to the needs of the Filipino people and fulfill the aspirations for a just and humane society where every Filipino can enjoy the blessings of freedom and democracy under a government strengthened by the rule of law, social justice, and people empowerment. I earnestly implore your support for the passage of this bill. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6505.
Those in favor of House Bill 6505 say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6505 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the same.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of resolution.
Additional reference of business, Committee Report number 279 of the Committee on Revision of Laws on House Bill number 6553.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I propose that the Special Committee on Sustainable Development Goals be converted to a standing committee and amend Section 28 of the House Rules to read as follows. Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, 20 members, all matters directly and principally relating to the achievement of the country's commitment to the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including but not limited to eradicating extreme poverty and hunger, promoting health and well-being, obtaining quality education, achieving gender equality, and empowering women, ensuring access to water, sanitation for all, ensuring access to affordable and clean energy, promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth and decent work. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration for second reading of House Bill 6522 as contained in Committee Report number 277, Mr. Speaker. And the Secretary General should be directed to read the title of the said bill.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6522, an act declaring January 16 of every year a special working holiday to be known as National Baptist Day.
Majority Leader.
I move the period of sponsorship and debate be open, Mr. Speaker, and recognize Representative Deloso Montalia to sponsor the measure.
Representative Deloso Montalia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. As the chairperson of the Committee on Revision of Laws, I rise here for the approval of the House Bill number 6522, an act declaring January 16 of every year a special working holiday to be known as the National Baptist Day. Mr. Speaker, we request that the explanatory note be considered as the sponsorship speech.
Majority Leader.
There being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of sponsorship, and debate, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
I move to open the period of amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no individual amendments, committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
I move to approve House Bill 6522, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of House Bill number 6522, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6522 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6553. I so move, Mr. Speaker. And direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said bill.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6553, an act declaring February 23 of every year as National Rotary Day, a regular working day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and recognize Representative Deloso Montalia to sponsor the said bill, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deloso Montalia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here for the approval of House Bill number 6553. I'm sorry, I don't have the copy here. 6553, which is an act declaring February 23 of every year as a special working holiday in the entire country to be known as the National Rotary Day. We move, Mr. Speaker, that our explanatory note be considered as the sponsorship speech.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to terminate the sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no individual or committee amendments, I move to close the period of committee or
Is
individual.
there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve House Bill 6553 on second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of House Bill number 6553 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6553 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider for adoption House Resolution number 776 as contained in Committee Report 278 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 776, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine delegation for their excellent performance in the 30th Southeast Asian Games and the chairperson of the Philippine Southeast Asian Games Organizing Committee, Speaker Alan Peter S. Cayetano, and the President of the Philippine Olympic Committee, Representative Abraham Bambol and Tolentino, for the successful hosting by the Philippines of the Games from 13 November to December 11, 2019.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution 776.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. House Resolution number 776 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 159 as contained in Committee Report 260 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 159, an act strengthening the right of government to expropriate lands for socialized housing, amending for the purpose Section 9, 10, and 11 of Republic Act Number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate, and there being no other member who wishes to interpolate I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments, and there being no individual or committee amendments, I move that we close the same.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 159.
Those in favor of House Bill number 159, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 159 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, and pursuant to our rules, allow me to put forth.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, may we know the pleasure of the lady.
I just want to make a manifestation, considering that we have already approved House Bill 159 on second reading. I'd like to make a manifestation to be one of the co-authors of this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move that the lady be made a co-author of the said bill.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, and pursuant to our rules, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following measures. House Bill number 6413, as contained in Committee Report 249. House Bill 6441, as contained in Committee Report 252. House Bill 6442, as contained in Committee Report 235. House Bill 6443, as contained in Committee Report 254. House Bill 6445, as contained in Committee Report 256. House Bill 6446, as contained in Committee Report 257. House Bill 6447, as contained in Committee Report 258. House Bill 6448, as contained in Committee Report 259. House Bill 6467, as contained in Committee Report 263. House Bill 5027, as contained in Committee Report 264. House Bill 4939, as contained in Committee Report 265. House Bill 6491, as contained in Committee Report 268. House Bill 6492, as contained in Committee Report 269. House Bill 6498, as contained in Committee Report 272. House Bill 6499, as contained in Committee Report 273. And House Bill 2397, as contained in Committee Report 274. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title.
Omnibus.
The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate, and I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes on the measures as the sponsorship of the said bills.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the local bills, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, motion is approved.
And then, Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bills number 6413, 6441, 6442, 6443, 6445, 6446, 6447, 6448, 6467, 5027, 4939, 6491, 6492, 6498, 6499, and 2397. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor of the aforesaid bills, say aye. I did not hear any. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6413, 6441, 6442, 6443, 6445, 6446, 6447, 6448, 6467, 5027, 4939, 6491, 6492, 6498, 6499, 2397 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of the following measures. House Bill number 4764 from the Committee on Social Services to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation. House Bill number 2474 from the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill numbers 1769, 1924, 2012, 4135, 4727, and 6225 from the Committee on Health to the Committee on Public Works and Highways. House Joint Resolution number 25 from the Committee on Agriculture and Food to the Committees on Agriculture and Food and Local Government. House Resolution numbers 192, 193, 336, 383, 506, and 705 from the Committee on Agriculture and Food to the Committees on Agriculture and Food and Local Government. House Bill number 3329 from the Committee on Population and Family Relations to the Committee on Welfare of Children. House Bill number 2619 from the Committee on Ways and Means to the Committee on Local Government. And House Bill number 3056 from the Committee on Appropriations to the Committee on Science and Technology. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Journal number 52 dated March 9, 2020.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Journal is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn the session until tomorrow, March 11 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Session is adjourned until tomorrow, March 11 at 3 p.m.